Welcome back, night thinkers. This one's not loud, it's not violent, but it'll rattle something deep. You're walking down the street same as any other day, and you see your dad. Same jacket, same limp, same look in his eye. Except your dad's been dead for 5 years. You get closer, and something's off, just slightly. One of his eyes too still, like it doesn't belong. He gets on the bus, doesn't say a word. You go home, trying to shake it off, maybe it was a trick of the light. Until the next morning, when you find a photo under your door. It's you, asleep, and your dad's hand is in the frame. Before we start, hit like, subscribe, and drop a comment. What time is it for you, and where in the world are you watching from? Now, take a breath. Look twice, and relax. This is one of those stories I almost didn't tell. Even now, I feel weird writing it down. Not because I'm afraid of sounding crazy, though, yeah, there's some of that, but mostly because part of me still thinks maybe it was someone else. That I saw what I wanted to see, or didn't want to see, depending on how you look at it. But I know what I saw. I just don't know what it means. It started 2 Saturdays ago, just before 9 in the morning. I remember that because I had slept in for once and was walking down to the corner deli to get a coffee and maybe one of those awful but comforting egg sandwiches they keep in the foil wraps. It was gray out. The kind of overcast that makes everything feel like it's happening a little underwater. Still cool from the night, barely any wind. I had just rounded the corner near the intersection on 37th and noticed someone at the bus stop across the street. Older guy, grayish hair, big shoulders. Worn brown jacket with one side a little longer than the other, like it had been tugged down too many times. It took me a second, but something about the way he shifted his weight triggered this deep, bone-level recognition. The limp. It was subtle, more like a favoring of one side, but I'd seen that walk 1,000 times. My dad used to do that exact same shuffle. He injured his hip doing construction when I was a kid, and never really fixed it. Said it made him look distinguished. Said it gave him a little character. That was his phrase. So I stopped walking. This guy, the one at the bus stop, turned slightly, and I swear to you, I almost called out. Because it wasn't just the limp, it was his face. My dad's face. Not someone who looked like him, not someone in the same age range or body type. I mean the exact face. The same sun-weathered skin. The same way his jaw clenched when he was thinking. Even the thinning spot at the crown of his head, it was like seeing a ghost, except he wasn't glowing or floating or anything. He was just standing there, real, solid, breathing. I stood half hidden behind a parked van for maybe 30 seconds, trying to make sense of it. My heart was pounding, but I didn't move. I didn't even think to pull out my phone. I just stared. Then he turned his head, and our eyes met. And that's when the bottom dropped out of it. His left eye looked fine, brown, sharp, just like I remembered. But the right one, the one that always squinted more than the other when he smiled, it didn't move. It didn't focus. It looked like glass. Like it had been set in, not grown there. The skin around it didn't match either. Too smooth, almost like it had been pulled tight and fitted wrong. He didn't smile. He didn't wave. He didn't speak. He just looked at me like I was the one who was out of place, like I should have known this moment was coming. Then the bus pulled up. He boarded without a word, no glance back. I stood there long enough for the second bus to come and go. I didn't even get the coffee. When I finally made it home, I sat on the edge of my bed for almost an hour, trying to figure out what to do. Should I tell someone? A friend? A doctor? Was it even real? Could someone have found a photo of my dad and made a mask? But why? He wasn't famous. He was just a guy, a construction worker from Queens who passed away from a heart issue 5 years ago. Closed casket. I was there. I spoke at the funeral. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing that glassy eye. The way it didn't blink, the way his face didn't quite move right when he turned. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part came the next morning. When I opened my apartment door, there was a photograph on the floor. Just one. No envelope, no note. It was a printed photo, like the kind you get from a disposable camera or an old film roll. Matte finish, sharp colors. It was me. Sleeping. I was on my side, in my bed, the covers pulled up to my chest. The angle was from the doorway, like whoever took it was standing just inside my room. You could see the back of my nightstand, the corner of the closet. It was definitely my apartment. But that's not all. In the photo, there was a hand. Just one. In the bottom right corner, out of focus, but visible, reaching slightly toward the edge of the bed. And I swear to you, it was his hand. Same thick fingers, same worn skin, the exact way my dad's knuckles bent when he reached for something. I dropped the photo, backed away from it like it might bite. Then I locked the door, deadbolt and chain. I didn't leave my apartment the rest of the day. I kept the lights on, even though it was bright out. I went through every closet, every cabinet. I checked the windows. I checked under the bed. Nothing. Nothing that said anyone had been there. The place looked exactly like it always did. But I knew something had changed. Someone had been inside, and they wanted me to know they had been close enough to touch me. I didn't sleep much that night either. It was like every time I shut my eyes, I saw that photograph again. Not the whole thing, just fragments, the edges, the hand. My own face, half buried in the pillow, mouth slightly open, completely unaware. It made me feel vulnerable in a way I hadn't felt since I was a kid. Not scared of monsters or anything, just scared of not knowing who might be near you when you're not looking. I kept checking the locks, front door, windows, even the sliding latch on the bathroom. I don't think I've ever locked the bathroom in my own apartment before, but I did that night, just to be sure. The next morning, I took the photo and put it in a drawer, not to forget about it, but to contain it. Leaving it out made me feel like I was inviting it to happen again. I didn't throw it away, though. I wanted to badly, but something stopped me. Maybe because part of me still needed proof it actually happened, that I didn't just imagine the whole thing, that I didn't fall asleep in front of some creepy movie and dream the rest. Around noon I went outside, not because I wanted to, but because I had to see the bus stop again, just to make sure I hadn't filled in details that weren't there. The sky was clear this time. Everything looked normal. Same graffiti on the side of the bench, same faded schedule in the case. Nothing strange, no one waiting. I stood there for a while, trying to replay the moment in my head, the way he moved, the way he looked at me, and more than anything, that eye. That glassy, unfocused eye that didn't match the rest of his face. If someone was trying to fake being my dad, they did a weird job of it. Like they got almost everything right, except for one big thing. That part still didn't make sense. And then there was the jacket. That brown one he always wore. I hadn't thought about it in years, but standing there at the bus stop, it hit me I still had it, folded up in a plastic bin in the closet. I had kept it after he passed, along with some other clothes and his old tool belt. I hadn't looked at that stuff in forever. When I got home, I pulled the bin out. There it was, same worn collar, same faint grease stain on the left sleeve from when he spilled something working on his truck. I held it up and checked the pocket. Inside was a movie ticket stub from the week before he died. So the one at the bus stop couldn't have been his, at least not the real one. Still, the feeling didn't go away. That night, I didn't bother trying to sleep right away. I made coffee around 10 and stayed up in the living room with the lights on. I didn't turn on the TV. Just sat there, waiting to hear something. I wasn't sure what I expected. Maybe another photo. A knock, something subtle. What happened instead was weirder. At about 1 in the morning, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment. Nothing unusual at first old building, people come and go, but these were slow, deliberate. And they stopped right outside my door. I turned off the lamp and sat perfectly still. No knock. No voice. Just silence. Then the mail slot creaked open. It didn't make a sound for a second, and then I saw something slide through. I waited a full minute before walking over. It wasn't another photo this time. It was a strip of paper, narrow, torn from something larger, and on it, in handwriting I swear I recognized, were 3 words. You forgot me. That's it. No signature, no explanation. Just that sentence, like an accusation, or a warning, or something in between. I stood there holding it, trying to place the handwriting. It wasn't perfect, but it was close to how my dad used to write notes to himself. Scraps on the fridge. Little things like called Joey or checked the boiler. But this one didn't look like a reminder. It looked personal. I didn't go back to the couch. I didn't turn the lights back on. I just stood there staring through the peephole for what must have been close to 20 minutes. Nothing. When I finally looked out into the hallway, it was empty. No footsteps, no door clicks, just that humming fluorescent light and the same peeling paint near the stairwell. I didn't sleep that night either. The next morning, I walked the whole building. Top to bottom, every hallway, every stairwell. I didn't knock on any doors. I'm not that bold, but I kept checking for anything strange. A door left cracked, a window open that shouldn't be. A neighbor I didn't recognize, but nothing stood out. Until I reached the basement. The laundry room was empty, one light flickering. The machines were off. But on the far wall, near the utility panel, someone had scratched something into the metal. It was faint, barely visible. But it said the same thing. You forgot me. Same phrasing, no punctuation, same feeling. I left immediately. I still don't know what I'm dealing with. Someone pretending to be him, a stranger with some weird agenda, a sick prank from someone who knew us both. Or, and I hate even thinking this, something else. Something I don't have words for. But whatever it is, it's not random. It knows who I am. And now, it wants me to remember something I've clearly tried to forget. I kept the strip of paper in my wallet. I don't know why. I didn't want to look at it again, but I couldn't bring myself to throw it away either. It felt like evidence. Not the kind you bring to the cops, I knew how that would go, but the kind you hold on to when something doesn't feel finished. It was the same reason I still had the photo. Same reason I started locking the deadbolt even when I was home in the middle of the day. That whole week I kept waiting for something else. Another message, another noise, another person in the hallway who looked almost familiar, but not quite. But nothing happened. Nothing obvious, anyway. Still, I could feel it. Not the kind of fear that rushes in and takes over, more like a slow build-up, like walking around your apartment with a cup of water and realizing every time you pass the hallway you spill a little without noticing. Then one day the floor is soaked, and you don't remember doing anything different. That's what it felt like. One night I came home from work, and my kitchen window was unlocked, just a crack, not wide enough to think someone climbed through, but I never left it open, ever. I always made a point to check every lock before I left the apartment. It had become a ritual even before all of this. I didn't sleep in my bed that night. I stayed on the couch, half watching late-night cable and half just listening. Every creak sounded wrong. Every gust of wind through the hallway vent made me freeze. But nothing came. In the morning, I made myself go through the motions. Shower, eat, check the mail. Except this time, when I checked the hallway, something new was waiting for me. It wasn't another note or photo. It was a book. Hardcover, black spine, no title. It was leaning against my door like someone had left it there on purpose, not dropped, not lost, placed. I took it inside and sat with it at the kitchen table for almost an hour before I even opened it. Inside, it was filled with old newspaper clippings, all glued in, page after page. Most of them were small blurbs, local news stories from the 90s and early 2000s. A couple were from my neighborhood, fires, arrests, obituaries. About 15 pages in, I found one that made me stop. It was about my dad. Not a headline or anything, just a few paragraphs buried in a community column about a union protest at a construction site. His name was there, and next to it a photo I had never seen before. Grainy, black and white, but unmistakably him, standing with a group of guys all wearing hard hats. He was looking off to the side, not at the camera. Someone had circled his face in pen. No caption. I flipped through more pages, faster now. The farther I got, the more the clippings shifted. Less local news, more personal. One article was about a missing person, a teenage boy from another borough. No real connection to my dad or me, as far as I could tell. But that one had a note scribbled in the margin. Too late. Another article was about a fire in an abandoned building. No injuries, just property damage. The next page was blank, just an old Polaroid taped to the center. It showed a door. Just a door, unmarked, wooden. Could have been anywhere. It made my stomach turn, not because of what it showed, but because I recognized the doormat. It was the same one from the building across the street, beige with a tear in the corner. I had passed it 100 times. That night, I stood outside that door. I didn't knock. I didn't even step close. I just watched it, long enough to know no one was coming or going, long enough to convince myself I had imagined the whole thing. I left the building and went home. The next morning, my doormat was gone. Just gone. The floor was clean, like someone had picked it up and shaken it out. Nothing else disturbed, just that one detail removed. I wish I could say that was the moment I called someone, a friend, a therapist, even the police. But I didn't. Instead, I went back to the book. Near the end, tucked between 2 pages, I found a torn envelope. Inside was a single Polaroid. It was me again. Same angle as before, same position in bed, but this time the camera had pulled back. You could see more of the room. And standing at the foot of the bed in the shadows was a figure. Not fully visible, just the outline, but enough to see the broad shoulders, the jacket, the limp. This time the photo wasn't just proof that someone had been there. It was a message. I was not alone. I had never been alone. And whoever this was wearing my dad's face, or pretending to, they were done waiting. They were showing me what they wanted me to see, piece by piece. I kept the second photo in a drawer next to the first one, not because I wanted to, but because I couldn't bring myself to destroy it. It felt like crossing a line. Like if I tore it up or threw it away, something might escalate. I didn't say that out loud, obviously. I didn't even want to admit it to myself. But the thought was there, stuck in the back of my mind like a splinter. Over the next few days, I checked the hallway every morning before opening my door. No more books, no more notes, no more photographs, but I still felt like I was being watched. That part never went away. I stopped sleeping with my bedroom door shut. I started leaving lights on in the living room and kitchen. I started using my phone camera to take pictures of the locks before I went to sleep, just to reassure myself that I had actually locked them. The day after I found the second photo, I walked to the building across the street, the one with the doormat I had seen in the Polaroid. I didn't do anything dramatic, just walked past slowly, eyes down. The door looked the same, still unmarked, still closed, but the mat was different now, newer, same color, but clean, no rip in the corner. That could have meant anything. Still, something about it made my chest tighten. I thought about buzzing random apartments, pretending I had the wrong floor, but that felt risky. I wasn't ready for a confrontation. I was barely holding it together as it was. I walked home and didn't go back the rest of the week. I kept thinking about the note, "You forgot me." It had stopped sounding like a threat. It felt more like something personal, like whoever was doing this really believed I had wronged them somehow, that I had abandoned something important. And then I started thinking about my dad. Not the image from the bus stop or the fake version standing in the photo, but the real man, the one I remembered growing up. He was rough sometimes, quiet but strict, didn't like being questioned. Didn't show a lot of affection, but he tried in his own way. Left me tools instead of birthday cards. Took me to work sites instead of ball games. That was his version of bonding. We weren't close near the end. He got sick fast, and I wasn't good at hospitals. I visited less than I should have. When he died, I think I let the whole thing fade quicker than I was supposed to. I boxed up his stuff and barely looked back. I never really grieved, not properly. Maybe that was part of this. Maybe this was my brain pulling up some guilt I had never dealt with. That night, I sat in the kitchen with all the lights off and tried to remember the sound of his voice. It didn't come easily. That scared me more than anything. The next morning, there was something new on my table. I swear I locked every window and door. I checked the photo of the locks on my phone. Everything was just as I left it. But sitting on the center of the table was an envelope. Just one, unsealed, no writing on the front. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded once. There were 5 names written on it, all in the same handwriting as before, careful, neat, like someone who took their time. I didn't recognize any of them. I typed each one into a search bar. The first was a woman who went missing 10 years ago in Brooklyn. The second was a man who died in a fire, same neighborhood. The third was listed in a court case as a witness who later recanted. The fourth had no results at all. The fifth one had an obituary, cause of death listed as undetermined. I stared at that list for a long time, not knowing what to do with it. Were these victims? Witnesses? Was this a threat? A confession? Why was it left for me? What did it have to do with my father? I pulled out the old black book again, the one I found on my doorstep. I flipped through the clippings. Some of the names matched, not all, but 2, one from the fire, one from the court case. I hadn't noticed the overlap before. Now I started wondering if someone was using me to relive something, or maybe to finish something. I went back to the hallway camera feed on my phone. I had installed it years ago when packages started getting stolen. I had stopped checking it regularly, but now I scrubbed through the last 2 nights. Around 3 in the morning, I found it. A figure, blurred by the poor lighting, approached my door slowly, crouched down, stayed in frame for less than 10 seconds. No face visible, jacket hood up, broad shoulders, same shape. They left the envelope, then turned and walked away, not in a rush, like they knew no one would be watching. I saved the clip. I didn't send it to anyone. I didn't report it. I just watched it 3 times in a row, trying to see something that would help me feel less like I was unraveling. I couldn't. That night I didn't try to sleep. I sat up in bed with the list beside me. I read each name out loud, quietly, like I was trying to bring them into the room, like maybe one of them would mean something if I heard it in my own voice. And then I remembered something. A photograph I hadn't looked at in years, an old one, from my dad's workshop. I pulled out the box I had stored his things in. At the bottom was a faded picture of him standing in front of the garage. Behind him were 3 men, none of them labeled. I had always assumed they were just co-workers. Now I wasn't so sure. Because one of them, I swear, had the same face as the man from the hallway camera. And if I was right, that meant this didn't start last week. It started a long time ago. And maybe I was just the next person on the list. I sat with that photograph for a long time, not doing anything with it, just looking. The guy in the back third from the left, same jawline, same shoulders, same posture as the one from the hallway camera. The hair was shorter, and he looked younger, but something about the way he held himself made my stomach knot. There was a familiarity in how he angled his body slightly away from the camera, as if even then he didn't want to be seen head-on. I flipped the photo over. Blank. No names, no date. It looked like it had been taken in the early 2000s, maybe earlier. My dad was clean-shaven, which he hadn't been since I was in high school. The garage in the background had the old sign still up, Brenner and Sons Contracting, before they dropped the and Sons and just went by initials. I hadn't thought about that in years. The rest of that day passed in a fog. I didn't eat much. I left the envelope with the 5 names out on the table, lined up beside the black book. I didn't know what I was supposed to do next. I wasn't a detective. I wasn't even sure I wanted answers anymore. It was starting to feel like the deeper I looked, the more I lost control of the story, like it wasn't mine anymore. Like it had shifted from something happening to me into something I was being dragged into. I went outside for a while just to get air, walked 3 blocks up and 2 over, didn't talk to anyone, just tried to move, tried to feel normal. It didn't work. Every face I passed looked a little too sharp. Every noise made me jump. I kept checking windows, checking reflections. I couldn't help it. That night I didn't plan to stay up, but my body wouldn't let me rest. Around 2:30 in the morning, I heard something. It wasn't loud, just a faint shuffle near the back window, the one in the bathroom. It's frosted glass, so you can't really see through it, just shapes, outlines. But there was definitely movement. Just for a second. I waited, holding my breath. Nothing followed. Still, I grabbed my phone and stepped into the hallway. I didn't want to call the police. I didn't have anything solid to tell them, but I was done pretending this was normal. I called Kayla instead. She was the only person I trusted to believe me without jumping to conclusions. We hadn't talked in months, but I didn't care. I needed someone else to hear what was happening. I kept my voice low. "Someone's been in my place," I said, more than once. There was silence on the other end for a second. Then she said, "Is this about your dad?" That threw me. I hadn't mentioned him yet, not directly, just said someone had been watching me, leaving things. "How did you know that?" I asked. Another pause. Then she said, "Do you remember that night he picked us up from the movies in high school? You fell asleep in the back seat." I didn't answer. "I heard him talking to someone in the front," she said, "but no one else was there." I remembered that night, barely. It had snowed earlier in the day. The windshield had fogged up. I thought he was just talking to himself. I didn't even think it was weird at the time. He said something like, "It's not time yet," she said, and then, "He'll remember when he's ready. I never asked him about it." I sat down on the floor, cold tile beneath me, still holding the phone. I didn't know what to say. She spoke again. I don't think it was a stranger at the bus stop. My throat felt tight. "I think it was someone he knew," she said. "Someone he brought around once, a long time ago. I saw him in a picture in your house once. In the background. I always remembered his eyes." Neither of us said anything for a while after that. Eventually, I hung up and sat in the dark for what felt like hours, trying to piece together how far back this went. If it was about my dad, and if other people had noticed something strange even when he was alive, then maybe it wasn't about me at all. Maybe I was just caught in the spillover of something older. When the sun came up, I went back to the photo. The garage, the three men, my dad in front. I scanned it again and noticed something I hadn't before. There was a door behind them, just barely visible, partially open, and someone was standing just inside it, almost hidden by shadow. Only half their face visible, and that face looked exactly like mine. Not similar. Exactly. My blood ran cold, but not in the dramatic movie way, more like a full body quiet. My fingers felt numb, my ears rang a little. I had no memory of being at that garage, no memory of ever being near that place while my dad was working. But it was me, or someone who wore my face, not like the man at the bus stop. This one was younger. My age now, same expression I'd seen in the mirror 100 times. And suddenly, I remembered what Kayla said. He'll remember when he's ready. I put the photo down, stared at the wall, and asked myself the question I had been avoiding since the beginning. What if this wasn't someone copying my dad? What if this was about who he thought I would become? And what if he wasn't wrong? I stopped trying to explain it. That was the only way I could move forward. I had spent too much time tying everything together like it was a puzzle that just needed one more piece. One more clue, one more memory, one more old photo. But the more I tried to make sense of it, the more I felt like I was circling something that didn't want to be solved. It took me a while to realize it wasn't a mystery. It was a fracture, a slow tear in the line between memory and reality, between what I knew and what I believed. The day after I found the photo with my own face in the background, I went through every box I had from my dad's old life, every paper, every photo, every scrap I'd saved out of guilt more than sentiment. I looked for any mention of the men in that garage photo. There was nothing, no names, no notes. The picture itself had no context, just 4 men outside a shop and one barely visible figure in the dark. I didn't recognize myself in that photo, not really. But the face was mine, and that meant something was wrong, not supernatural, not sci-fi, just wrong in a quieter, heavier way. I started writing everything down, not to publish or show anyone, just to track it, to put it somewhere outside my head. If I could pin it to paper, maybe I could separate what had happened from what I thought had happened. The bus stop, the photo under my door, the book, the names, the list. The fact that someone or something kept showing up wearing my dad's face, or my own, and leaving pieces behind. I thought about getting help. I thought about it a lot. There were moments, quiet ones, usually around 4 in the morning, where I was almost sure I was having a break. Not a dramatic collapse, just a steady drift into something I couldn't walk back from. I hadn't told anyone everything, not Kayla, not even myself. I had only hinted, and I knew why. Because the part I was afraid to admit out loud was that I didn't want it to stop. That sounds awful, but it's the truth. Somewhere in all the fear and confusion, there was this undercurrent of meaning, like whoever or whatever was behind it all had been trying to show me something real. Not to hurt me, but to remind me. Of what, I wasn't sure, but it felt like it had to do with my dad, with the kind of man he had been, with the kind of man he thought I was going to be. I started hearing things again. Not whispers, not voices, just sounds, in the vents, in the hallway. At first I thought it was paranoia, but then I started recording them. Not with my phone, but with an old handheld recorder I found in one of my dad's boxes, the kind with the little cassette tapes. I'd leave it running at night. In the morning, I'd play it back. Mostly static, a few creaks. One night, there was a voice, not loud, not clear, but real. It said, "You're almost there." That was all. Just that one sentence. I played it over and over until the tape wore out. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't know how. The next night, I slept better than I had in weeks. No nightmares, no waking up in a sweat, just sleep. And when I woke up, there was a third photo. This time it was not inside the apartment. It was outside, under the mat at the front door, which was strange because I had not replaced the mat since it went missing. But there it was, the same mat, same tear in the corner. The photo showed me walking away from a building. My building, shot from behind. I was wearing clothes I hadn't worn in years, a jacket I gave away after college, sneakers I threw out after they split. My hair was shorter. My posture looked different. I almost didn't recognize myself. But it was me. The timestamp, if it could be believed, was dated 5 years earlier. And suddenly I remembered something I hadn't thought about in forever. There had been a night back then, around the time of my dad's funeral, when I thought I saw someone following me on the train platform. I remembered the way I kept looking over my shoulder, the way I walked home faster than usual, the way I told myself it was nothing. And now I was looking at proof that someone had been following me, back then, before the bus stop, before the photo, before the whisper. It had started earlier than I realized. Maybe it had never really stopped. I didn't panic. I didn't run. I just sat down on the steps and held the photo in both hands. And I realized something else. I was never supposed to figure it out. This wasn't about solving a mystery. This was about confronting a part of myself I had tried to bury: grief, guilt, memory, fear, all the stuff I had packed away after my dad died, all the things I told myself didn't matter. The quiet inheritance no one talks about. The mental cracks that start to spread when you pretend you're fine for too long. So I stopped pretending. I started therapy. It's not dramatic, no big revelations yet, but I'm talking, I'm asking questions, I'm sleeping better. Sometimes I still hear things. A cough in the vent, a knock that no one else hears. Sometimes I think I see him, my dad, not the one from the bus stop, the real one, just out of the corner of my eye, standing in doorways, watching me as I move from one room to the next. But I don't run from it anymore. I just nod. Because I think maybe this whole time that's all he wanted. For me to see what he left behind. For me to face it. And now, finally, I am. I've been driving for rideshare apps off and on for a couple of years, nights mostly. It fits my schedule, and frankly, people are quieter after midnight. Less small talk, more silence. I liked that. The quiet, the dark, it helped me think. That night started like any other. A few airport runs, some drunk college kids who wanted to stop for fast food, a guy in a suit who didn't say a word but left $100 tip. Routine. I'd just dropped someone off on the edge of the city, near the industrial park, those wide roads that look like they go on forever, half lit and echoey, even when your engine's idling. I remember thinking it was later than usual, around 2:30 a.m., maybe closer to 3. I pulled over near a small gravel pullout to stretch my legs, check my phone, maybe call it for the night. That's when I got the ping. The screen lit up with a single word, pick up. No name, no photo, no rating, just a location, a nearby side road that led into the hills. Weird, but not impossible. The app glitches sometimes. I figured it was a one-off. Maybe a tourist who couldn't get a signal. Maybe a dead zone threw off the map. But the thing was, it didn't ask me to accept the ride. No green button, no confirmation. It was just there. Already marked, in progress. I should have driven off. I should have closed the app and gone home. But something about it held me. That little pin blinking slowly on the map like it was waiting for me. I sat there for a solid minute, staring at the screen. Then, before I really made a conscious choice, I shifted into drive and headed toward it. The pickup point wasn't far, just a quarter-mile down a winding road, no streetlights, trees lining both sides, heavy and still. I turned the music off without really thinking about it. Just wanted to hear the world around me. There was a figure standing at the side of the road when I pulled up. A man, tall, pale, wearing a dark coat that looked too thin for the cold. He didn't have any luggage or a phone out, just stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring straight ahead like he'd been waiting for something more than just a ride. I leaned over and cracked the window. You, call a ride?" He didn't look at me, just nodded once, slowly, and walked around to the back door, got in without a word. I glanced in the rear view. He buckled his seatbelt carefully, almost mechanically, and stared out the front windshield. Never met my eyes. I cleared my throat. "All right, where to?" "East," he said. His voice was low, even and dry. "Keep going. I'll tell you when to stop." I hesitated. "You got an address?" "Just drive." Now, I've had some weird passengers before. One guy who insisted I take only left turns. A woman who cried silently the entire ride and tipped me in foreign coins. But this guy, there was something different. It wasn't the way he talked or didn't talk. It was the weight of him. Like he pulled the air down around him, like the car had gotten colder when he got in. Still, I pulled away. We drove in silence for a while, 15 minutes, maybe 20. The city fell behind us. The road narrowed. No signs, no traffic, just 2 yellow lines leading us through the dark. I started to feel wrong. Not scared exactly, just off, like I wasn't supposed to be here. Finally, I tried to break the silence. "So, you visiting from out of town?" "Nothing." Been a quiet night, I said. You're probably my last ride. He didn't even blink, just kept staring forward, both hands clenched tightly on his seat belt, white-knuckled, like he was bracing for impact. I glanced at him again through the mirror. You okay, man? That's when he spoke, quiet, measured, but firm. Keep going, even if it feels wrong. The words landed like a weight in my chest. What does that mean? Silence. I gripped the wheel tighter. The road was winding now, climbing steadily uphill. Trees pressed in on both sides. No houses, no lights. Just that long stretch of two-lane blacktop, disappearing into dark woods. I checked my phone. No signal, no map. The app had closed itself out. All right, look, I said, slowing down a bit. I need a destination. I can't just keep driving into the middle of nowhere. I'm gonna pull over unless you tell me where we're going. He didn't move, didn't speak, just kept staring straight ahead. That's when I looked in the mirror again. He wasn't breathing. I don't mean he was holding his breath or anything. I mean he wasn't moving at all. No rise and fall in his chest, no shifting in his seat, just stillness, dead stillness. Hey, I said, my voice sharper now. I'm serious. This isn't funny. Still nothing. I pulled the car over onto the dirt shoulder and threw it in park, turned around fully in my seat. Listen, man, I don't know what this is, but the back seat was empty. My mouth went dry. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I blinked, looked again. Nothing. The seatbelt was still buckled. I threw the door open and stumbled out of the car, my shoes crunching on gravel. I opened the rear door. No one. The seat was warm. And there, on the floor, was a single thing I hadn't noticed before. A small, cracked phone. No case, no lock screen, just a dead screen. I picked it up, hands shaking, pressed the power button. Nothing. I stood there for a long moment, in the cold, under a sky full of stars I hadn't even realized were there. And from somewhere deeper in the woods, I thought I heard footsteps. But they were walking away. Not toward me. I didn't get back in the car right away. I just stood there, holding that old phone, trying to convince myself that maybe I'd just been tired, that the man had gotten out quietly, that I'd imagined his voice, that I'd misunderstood the whole thing. But that wasn't true, because I remember what he said. Keep going, even if it feels wrong. And I'd never said a word about it. Not until now. I got back in the car after maybe 10 minutes of standing there. Could have been longer. Could have been less. Time had started to feel a little stretchy out there, like the woods had their own clock and I wasn't on it. I was still holding the dead phone in my hand. I didn't know why I'd taken it with me. Maybe because I didn't want to leave it behind. Maybe because part of me thought it would light up and explain everything. It didn't. I started the engine, half expecting it not to turn over, but it purred to life like it always did, normal, familiar. The heater clicked on, blowing stale, warm air into my face. I stared at my reflection in the rearview mirror for a few seconds. My eyes looked strange, hollow. I looked like I hadn't slept in days. I took a deep breath and pulled back onto the road, heading toward the city. I didn't look in the back seat. Couldn't. It was like a rule I didn't know I'd agreed to. The drive back was silent, too silent. No bugs, no owls, no trees rustling like they should have been. Even the tires seemed quieter than normal. I kept glancing at the dash clock every few minutes. But it was stuck, said it was 2:39 a.m. the whole way back, even though I knew I'd been gone longer than that. Eventually I made it back into cell range, and my phone buzzed violently in my pocket like it had been holding its breath. Notifications poured in: texts, app updates, a voicemail from my brother asking if I was still coming over the next day. I opened the rideshare app first. No record of the trip. No fare, no pickup history, no in-progress ride. My last logged trip had been the airport drop-off 2 hours before I'd met him, nothing in between. I sat at a red light near the edge of town, blinking at the screen. I hadn't imagined it. The warmth of the back seat, the words he spoke, the sound of his voice, they were all still with me, heavy and clear. I tried the GPS history. Nothing. No route saved, just the line from my last legitimate fare. No winding road, no pin. I turned the cracked phone over in my hand again. It had no branding, no SIM card slot, just a faint indentation on the back like it had been jammed into something hard. I tried pressing the power button again. Still nothing. I opened the glove box and tossed it in, slammed it shut harder than I meant to. I didn't tell anyone about what happened, not right away. What would I even say? That I'd picked up a passenger who vanished in thin air. That I'd followed a ghost into the woods because my app glitched. That his last words made my chest feel like it was being crushed. I drove home and sat in the driveway until the sun came up. Then I went inside and showered with the door open. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. The next day, I found muddy footprints on my welcome mat, not mine, too small, too narrow. I'd cleaned the place the day before. They hadn't been there then. They led right up to the door and stopped. No matching prints leading away, just a single trail in and nothing else. That night, my hallway light turned on by itself around 2 a.m. I heard the click from my bedroom. I live alone. I keep the hallway switch taped because it used to flicker and drive me nuts. It didn't flicker this time. Just glowed solid. A few nights later, I was driving again. I'd taken a break from rideshare, but figured I needed to push past it, get back to normal. It was late, and I was doing a loop around the city when I got a ping. This time it came through the right way: name, pickup location, destination. I checked the name. Noah. The same name from the cracked phone's lock screen. I hadn't told anyone about it. I hadn't even opened the glove box since. I let the request expire without accepting. My heart was racing. It was probably coincidence. There are thousands of Noahs, but I couldn't bring myself to take the risk. The next day, I opened the glove box and pulled out the phone again. Still dead, still cracked. But this time, when I tilted it toward the light, I saw something I hadn't before. Faint. Like it had been written in dust or grease on the screen's edge. Finish the job. I dropped it like it burned. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. My apartment was quiet, but too quiet. Like everything was waiting. At exactly 2:39 a.m., my bedroom light turned on. Not flickered. Turned on. There was no click, no sound, just light. I sat up slowly, chest pounding. The hallway was dark, the door was open, I hadn't left it open. And for a second, just a second, I swear I saw someone standing at the end of the hall. Tall, still, watching. Then the light went off. I didn't get out of bed. The next morning I opened my rideshare app and deleted it. But it reinstalled itself that night. I don't know how. I didn't touch it. It came back with a single notification. You still have one ride left. I haven't driven since. But I keep seeing him. Not just at night, during the day too, reflected in windows, in the shadows behind parked cars, standing at bus stops, looking the wrong direction, not moving, just waiting. I tried talking to a friend about it, told him about the strange ride, left out the supernatural parts. He laughed it off, said I needed sleep. That night, he called me, said he'd gotten a ride request. No name, no destination. Just a pickup point in the woods outside the city. He didn't take it. But when he got home, there was a single word written in dust on his windshield. Go. It's spreading. And I think I know why. That man Noah, whatever he wasn't just a passenger. He was something else. And now he's looking for someone new. I've always thought I was a pretty logical person, like not the type to fall into ghost stories or superstition. I'm the kind of guy who triple checks facts before believing anything, especially the weird stuff. So trust me when I say if I could write this off as a dream, or stress, or sleep deprivation, I would. I've tried, believe me. But every time I start to convince myself I imagined it, something else happens. Something small, something subtle, but just real enough to snap me back into it. I didn't even tell my friend Jason the full story at first. I just said I'd had a weird ride one night, and the guy creeped me out. Told him the guy had no destination and said something unsettling. Jason just laughed it off, like I expected. Said maybe the dude was on something. And yeah, to be fair, I've had people get in my car higher than a kite before. Happens. But this wasn't that. I thought about telling him more. About the app glitch, the man disappearing, the cracked phone. But the minute I imagined the words coming out of my mouth, I could already hear the reply, "Dude, you need to sleep." And maybe I did, still do. But then Jason called me. That was 3 nights ago. His voice was different on the phone, quieter. He didn't make a joke, which for him is like a cat not hissing. Something had to be seriously off. He told me he got a ride request late at night, just like I had. No name, no destination, just a blinking pickup pin. And it wasn't even on the map, it was in that weird gray no man's land, where the roads kind of blur and the app stutters. He didn't take it. He said the second he saw it, his stomach dropped. Felt like the air got thicker, he said, like something was watching through the screen. And that would have been bad enough. But then he got home and found one word scrawled into the grime on his windshield. Go. Not something you can laugh off. He was freaked. I could hear it in his voice. I asked if he still had the message, and he said no. He wiped it off right away. I get that. I would have too. That's when I told him everything. Not just the creepy ride, but the missing record, the empty back seat, the cold silence, the same line the guy whispered, "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." I told him about the cracked phone I still had stashed in my glove box, and how it never turned on, but had that faint scrawl on the glass. "Finish the job." And Jason went dead silent for like 30 seconds. Then he just said, "Man, I think you passed it on." I didn't have a response for that. I spent the next day doing what I always do. When something doesn't make sense, I Googled it. I started looking into similar stories. I dug through forums, Reddit threads, even creepypasta sites I normally roll my eyes at. I didn't care. I just wanted to find someone who'd experienced something even remotely like what I did. And I found a few scattered comments, buried deep under unrelated posts, people talking about ghost fares, passengers vanishing mid-trip, GPS routes leading nowhere, clocks freezing at weird times. One post stuck out. A guy from New Mexico, username long deleted, wrote that he'd been driving late one night when he got a ride request that came through already marked "in progress." He picked up a man who said, "It's not about the destination, just keep going." The man never made eye contact, never spoke again. That driver said he made it 30 miles outside the city before realizing he wasn't following any road he recognized. Then his app crashed. And when he looked in the back seat, the man was gone. Just like me. He ended the post with, "Now it's my turn to find someone else, because that's how it works. I didn't finish the job, so it's not over." And yeah, I know how it sounds, like a chain letter or some urban legend, a dumb story meant to get a rise out of people, but it didn't feel like that. The way it was written, the tone, the pacing, it didn't read like fiction. It felt like someone unraveling, someone real. Someone like me. I couldn't stop thinking about the phrase, "finish the job." What does that even mean? Is it literal, metaphorical? Am I supposed to do something or not do something? The not knowing is the worst part. That night, I went out to my car again, just to sit, just to, I don't know, feel connected to what happened, I guess. I didn't turn on the engine. Just sat in the driver's seat, staring at the dashboard, like it might blink to life and explain things. I was there for maybe 10 minutes when the smell hit me. It wasn't strong, not at first, just a faint scent in the air, like dirt, wet, earthy dirt. The kind that smells like it was just turned, like something had been buried and recently dug back up. It wasn't there before. I checked under the seats, floor mats, glove box, nothing. Then I looked in the rearview mirror. Nothing in the seat. But it looked off. The seat belt. It was buckled again. I know I unbuckled it. I remember it being loose. But now it was perfectly fastened. I got out of the car so fast I nearly tripped over myself. I didn't even lock the doors behind me, just went back inside and slammed the front door like it could stop whatever was happening. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that back seat, the way he sat there, so still, like he was waiting. For what, I have no clue. But it's like the moment you notice something is wrong and can't unsee it, That gut-level panic that makes your spine feel hollow. The next morning, my phone had a new notification. The rideshare app had reinstalled itself. Again. Same message. One ride left. And this time, the pickup pin? It was right outside my apartment, like 20 feet from my front door. I watched it blink on the screen for over an hour. I never opened the door, never checked outside. I was scared, not just scared, but that weird kind of fear where it feels like you're on the edge of something. Like if you look, you'll see, and once you see, you'll never unsee it again. That's where I'm at now, writing this. I haven't left my place in 2 days. I turned off my phone, threw the cracked one in the trash behind a grocery store 2 towns over. I've locked the doors, closed the curtains. I haven't dared peek outside after sunset. But I still feel him. I don't know if he's waiting for me to drive again, or if he's already inside. Maybe that's what they mean by finish the job. You drive long enough, and eventually he stops being the passenger and becomes the one behind the wheel. I don't really know what normal looks like anymore. Before all this, I used to have routines. Morning started with a strong cup of gas station coffee, followed by a scroll through my messages, checking rideshare bonuses or promotional boosts for the day. Then I'd head out, drive around the city, maybe pick up 5 or 6 passengers before lunch. Take a break, back at it until midnight if the tips were decent. That was my life. Simple, repetitive, predictable. Now I wake up and the first thing I do is check the locks. Not my phone, not my email, just the locks. Then I go to the window and stare at the street like it's going to move, like it might change. I know that sounds weird, but after everything I've told you, you can probably understand why. 2 nights ago, I found my car unlocked. That might not sound like a big deal, but I always lock it, always. It's automatic at this point. It's like muscle memory. I press the fob before I even get out sometimes. But that night, I looked out my window and saw the driver's side door was cracked open just an inch. Just enough to be obvious, enough to make a statement. I didn't go down to check right away. I stood behind the curtain, staring at it like it might close by itself if I waited long enough. I didn't move for a solid 15 minutes. My hands were shaking the whole time. Eventually, I forced myself to go down. I brought my phone in one hand and a hammer in the other, which is dumb because I've never hit anyone in my life and probably wouldn't know how. But I needed something, you know, something to make me feel like I had control. The car was empty. Clean even, like too clean. The passenger seat looked freshly wiped. The back seat was pristine. No wrappers, no receipts, no trace of life, except for one thing. A single ride receipt had been printed and placed on the dashboard, like old school cab receipts, except I didn't have a printer in the car. I don't even own a printer. It had no date, no location, just a name, Noah, and under it, one line, trip incomplete. That was when I realized I wasn't just being haunted, I was being tracked, monitored maybe, or chosen. And here's the thing, I never picked a guy named Noah up, not officially, not on any log, not on any record, but I remember him, the way he looked straight ahead, never blinking. The way his hands gripped the seatbelt like he was holding on for more than just the ride. I tried looking him up. I don't know why. Maybe I thought if I could find something in obituary, a missing persons report, it would make this feel less insane. Like there was a reason, something I could hold on to. I didn't find anything useful, but I did find something. A post on an old paranormal forum, dated 5 years ago. Title was simple, "Rideshare Glitch Anyone Else?" I clicked it. Most of the replies were jokes or people sharing creepy stories that were clearly fake. But the original post? It was different. The guy described a night almost identical to mine. Passenger shows up without a request. Long silent ride, gives no destination, repeats the line, "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." Ends the post by saying he saw the man again a few days later, standing outside his apartment. The post ends with, "I think I picked up something I wasn't meant to. It's not a person, it's a job that passes on. I didn't finish it, so now it's following me." That part hit hard. Because yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. Like I got handed a task I never signed up for. And every time I ignore it, every time I pretend I'm not part of it, something else goes wrong. Jason hasn't answered my texts in 2 days. Last I heard from him, he said the rideshare app reinstalled itself on his phone again, just like mine. He didn't even open it. Just powered the phone off and tossed it in a drawer. I called him yesterday, straight to voicemail. His social media is still up, but no new posts. I even DM'd his girlfriend, asking if he was all right. She replied with just one sentence. He said he was going for a drive. That was 2 nights ago. That same night, my doorbell rang at exactly 3:14 a.m. I didn't get up to answer it, just lay there under the covers, holding my breath. It rang once, then silence. I waited until the sun came up before checking the front step. Nothing was there, except for tire tracks in the street, right in front of my driveway. Not mine. I've thought a lot about what the rules are, if there are any. Like, what happens if I do pick someone up again? What if I go back to that place where I first found him and wait? Would that end it? Or would it make it worse? The note said, "Finish the job." But what job? Give someone a ride. Deliver him somewhere. What if I already did and failed? Here's the part that's really messing with my head. I think this thing wants to be noticed, that it needs a driver. It doesn't just show up randomly. It waits for someone with enough curiosity, someone willing to push a little too far, ignore a few too many red flags. And then it climbs in. And you don't even realize you've agreed to something until it's too late. I keep replaying that moment in the car when he said, "You picked me up because they told you to." I brushed it off as weird rambling, but now I think he meant it literally. Like the app or whatever's behind it chose me, like I was being tested. Maybe I failed. Or maybe I passed. I don't know which would be worse. Last night, I slept in my car. I didn't mean to. I was sitting there, engine off, just thinking, and I guess I dozed off. At 3:14 a.m., I woke up. The car was ice cold. My rear view mirror had been tilted slightly. just enough that I could see my own eyes, but they didn't look like mine. I reached for the door handle and paused when I saw the cracked phone. It was back in the glove box. I hadn't touched it since throwing it away 2 towns over. And on the screen, one new message. Ready when you are. I shut the glove box and started the car. And now I'm writing this from the parking lot of an old gas station outside city limits. I don't know why I came here. It just felt right or expected. I've got half a tank of gas. My phone's at 80%. And there's a man standing under the streetlight across the road. He hasn't moved in 10 minutes. I think he's waiting for me to unlock the doors. I didn't unlock the doors. I sat there, both hands on the steering wheel, my foot hovering over the brake, heart thudding like a drumbeat in my throat. The guy under the streetlight just stood there, staring. Or maybe not staring, I couldn't see his eyes from this distance, but I could feel it. That heavy pressure, like I was under a spotlight and he was waiting for a cue. I kept telling myself to start the car, just leave, floor it, don't look back, but I didn't move. It was like my limbs forgot how to respond to me, like I wasn't completely in control anymore. It was the cold, maybe. The air had this wet bite to it, like it had rained hours ago and everything still clung to that damp weight. The windows fogged slightly from my breath, and I wiped a circle clear with my sleeve. He was still there, still unmoving. That made 2 of us. And then he did move. 1 step forward. That's all. But it felt like a decision had been made. I finally broke out of it, turned the key, threw the car into reverse, and backed out of the lot faster than I should have. Tires skidded a little, and for a second I thought I'd clipped something, but when I checked the rear view, it was just shadows. Or maybe not. I didn't wait to find out. I drove for almost an hour, no destination, just moving. I turned off the GPS, turned off the music, drove until I didn't recognize any of the signs, took random exits, followed roads just to lose myself. And still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every now and then I'd glance at the rear view, half expecting to see someone in the back seat again. Sometimes I thought I caught a glimpse of something, just a shift of shadow, the suggestion of movement. But every time I turned to look directly, there was nothing there. I finally pulled off at a rest stop, one of those older ones with vending machines from a different decade and bathrooms that make you consider holding it in. I sat on a bench outside and stared up at the sky. I couldn't tell you what I was thinking, really. Everything was tangled, a million half thoughts and questions. Why me? Why now? Was there a pattern? Was I supposed to do something? Or was this punishment for something I didn't even remember doing? Then my phone buzzed. No notification this time, just a buzzing like a text that didn't show up. I checked it anyway, mostly out of habit. There was a new message. You're going the wrong way. That's it. No name, no number. And that's when I noticed something else. My rideshare app was open again. I swear on everything, I didn't open it. I deleted it. Twice. But there it was. And it had a route already set. Starting point, me. Destination, unlisted. And underneath the route line was a little blinking icon, a passenger. No name, no details, just the word. Noah. Again. I stared at it for a long time. I don't even know why. It was like watching something slowly catch fire and not doing anything about it. You can't look away, even when you should. Eventually, I got back in the car. I didn't start it right away, just sat there, hand on the keys, trying to steady my breathing. I told myself I wasn't going to follow the route, but I did. I don't know if I chose to or if something chose for me. It's a blurry line now. The road it took me down wasn't on any map I'd seen before. Long stretches of cracked pavement, the kind with grass pushing through. No signs, no lights, just tree after tree, pressing in closer with each mile. I was maybe 15 minutes into the drive when I realized the GPS arrow was gone. Just the line now, a road to nowhere. And that's when I started hearing it again. Breathing. Not loud, just faint, like someone was sitting behind me trying not to be heard. But it was there. I turned the music up, hoping I could drown it out, but that only made it worse somehow. Like the sound had learned to hide underneath the noise. I pulled over. I needed out of the car, out of this story, out of whatever this was. I flung open the door and stepped into the dark. No lights anywhere, not even stars, just pitch-black trees and the hum of the engine behind me. And silence. I turned to look at the car and the passenger door was open. Not wide, just slightly, enough to see that it had been closed before. I didn't hear it open, didn't hear anything, but now it was ajar, and that was enough to spike the adrenaline in my throat. I walked around to check. Nothing. Back seat was empty. But the seatbelt? Buckled. Again. That was it. That was the moment I broke. I slammed the door, got back in the driver's seat, and screamed into the steering wheel. Not even words, just noise. A raw, panicked attempt to push the fear out of my body. When I looked up, the dashboard clock read 3:14 a.m. Every damn time. Something shifted then. I don't know how to explain it. The air inside the car thickened. The windows fogged instantly, like I was in a freezer. And in the rearview mirror, I saw movement. I didn't want to look, but I did. There was no one in the seat. But there was a shape in the mirror. Not solid, not clear, just wrong. Like the air had folded. And then I heard it. That same voice, dry and low, whispering from the back. You're almost there. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The car was suddenly freezing, and all I could see was that mirror, that shape, that thing that had once been a man. I don't know how long I sat there, maybe seconds, maybe longer. But then it stopped. No voice, no fog, just silence. And the sound of a new notification. My phone screen lit up. Trip complete. Underneath a single message. Thank you for driving, Noah. And then everything closed. The app, the route, the GPS. It was like nothing had ever been there. I sat in that car until daylight, shaking, staring at the empty seat beside me, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. I think I finished the job. I don't know what that means. Not really. But for the first time in weeks, I felt like I wasn't being watched. At least not by him. Still, I haven't opened the glove box. Not since that night. I'm afraid there might be a new name inside. I didn't open the glove box for 3 weeks. Not once. Not even when I needed my registration after getting pulled over for a busted taillight. I gave the cop my license, smiled, apologized for not being able to find the paperwork, and drove away with a warning. The whole time, my hand hovered near the latch, but I couldn't do it. I was terrified that I'd see another phone, or a name written on old paper. Maybe something worse, something that didn't belong to me at all. After what happened that night after Noah, I needed to believe it was over. I needed to believe I'd closed whatever door I'd somehow opened. And for a while, it felt like I had. The app never came back, not even once. No more strange messages, no 3:14 a.m. wake-ups, no more open doors or whispered words or footsteps outside my apartment. Nothing. It was quiet. Not the eerie kind of quiet, not the something's about to happen kind, just peace. I started sleeping again. I deleted every rideshare-related app and changed my number. I moved to a new place across town, got a job working security for a storage facility. Night shift still but stationary, locked gates, no strangers getting into my car, no destinations to follow. I even started going to therapy. I didn't tell my therapist everything, how could I? I mean, who would believe me? But I told her enough. About the ride, about how it felt, about how afraid I'd been of things I couldn't explain. She listened. She didn't interrupt. And after a while, I started to feel like I had my feet on the ground again. I still thought about Noah. Not every day, but enough. I'd catch myself looking at the rear view when I was alone in the car, or checking the dash clock out of habit, but nothing ever happened. Eventually, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, it really was over. Until last Tuesday. I was doing inventory checks in one of the back units at work, big metal containers, mostly filled with old furniture and boxes no one ever comes to claim. Most of the time it's boring, but I like the quiet. That night, I was cataloging the lock codes when I found something taped to the inside of one of the unit doors. It was a receipt, just like the one I'd found on my dashboard. But this one had no name, just a time, 3:14 a.m., and one word scribbled across the top, almost too light to see. Passenger. I felt the bottom drop out of my stomach. My hands started shaking, but not from cold. Someone had been there. Someone knew where I worked. And maybe they weren't done with me after all. But then something else hit me. The handwriting. It wasn't the same. This one was sloppier, sharper. I stared at it for a long time, then I folded it neatly and slipped it into my pocket. I went back through the storage logs for the last month, found out that unit had recently been rented just for a week, paid in cash, no real name attached, just initials. J.W. Jason? I hadn't heard from him since he said he was going for a drive. That was over a month ago. I tried his phone again, straight to voicemail. I started digging, reached out to a few mutual friends, One of them said Jason had dropped off the grid, left town maybe, told people he needed space. No one had actually seen him, not since the night he disappeared. I think he picked someone up. I think he became the driver. That's how it works, right? That's what I started to understand. The ride ends when it's passed on, when the next driver takes the wheel, when someone else picks up the fare. That's why it left me alone. Because it wasn't about me anymore. It had found someone else. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or sick to my stomach. I kept the receipt, put it in a drawer with the other one, the first one. They sit there now, side by side, proof, I guess. If I ever forget it happened, if I ever need to remember how close I got. I don't drive strangers anymore, not for money, not for favors, not even when friends beg. I sold the old car and got a new one. No ride history, no connection. I still check the back seat every night. Still wake up sometimes at 3:14 a.m., sweating, heart pounding, even when nothing's there. But I'm here. I'm alive. And I think that matters. I don't know what it was. I don't know if Noah was a ghost or a curse or something worse, but I do know this. It wanted to be remembered. That's why it kept leaving traces, notes, receipts, that weird fog in the car. The ride was never about getting somewhere, it was about passing through, taking something with it, leaving something behind. Maybe I finished the job. Maybe I didn't. But it's not my ride anymore. It belongs to someone else now. If you're reading this, if this somehow sounds familiar, if you've seen the same route pop up on your app, or found a cracked phone in your glove box, or if your dashboard clock freezes at the same time every night, don't accept the ride. Lock your doors. And for the love of God, never look in the rearview mirror. I used to sleep with a fan on, white noise kind of person, not because I was scared of silence, but because it helped blur the edges. Block out the creaks and groans that old houses like mine make when they settle. The usual stuff, pipes shifting, floors expanding, the fridge doing its occasional weird rattle thing. You learn to live with it. But this wasn't that. This was something else. The first night it happened, it was around 2 a.m. I had gone to bed late, still wired from too much coffee and a dumb documentary that made me think about survivalists and what people keep hidden in their basements. My room was dark. The fan was on. Nothing out of the ordinary. I was just lying there, not quite asleep, not fully awake either when I heard it. It came from the ceiling vent, the one above the closet. At first I thought it was just airflow, but it wasn't that hollow whooshing sound. It had shape, rhythm. Then I caught something clear, a word, my name. Soft, drawn out, just the 2 syllables, like a breath being pulled through teeth. I froze. You know when your brain wants to tell you it's nothing? That it's just sleep distortion? Or maybe a dream? I wanted to believe that, but I wasn't dreaming. I was staring at the vent, fully conscious. Heart pounding in that quiet, shallow way where you don't move a muscle because you think whatever's happening will stop if you don't acknowledge it. Then it said it again. My name, I see you. This time it was slower, like whoever or whatever was saying it wanted to be absolutely sure I heard. It didn't sound angry, it wasn't loud, but there was something focused in the way it said it. Like it wasn't just noise, it was direction, it was at me. I didn't sleep after that. I laid there for the rest of the night, barely blinking. I watched the shadows on the ceiling change shape as the moon shifted and headlights from the street passed by, but I didn't hear anything else. Just that one line, repeated twice, and then nothing. In the morning, I told myself I had dreamed it. That's what you do when something doesn't fit. You fold it up and put it in the dream box. But I knew I hadn't, not really. Still, I got up, made coffee, and went about my day. But I kept glancing at the vent, that little square metal grate high on the wall, just above the closet door, the one that had never bothered me before. It didn't look different. There were no marks, no sounds, no smell, just stillness. By lunchtime, I decided to open it. I had to drag a chair from the kitchen and stand on it, which made me feel ridiculous. I unscrewed the corners with the little multi-tool I keep in the junk drawer. The vent cover came off easy. Behind it, just blackness and dust. I stuck my phone in and turned on the flashlight. The duct stretched back about 4 feet before curving. Nothing inside, no signs of a person, no evidence that anything had been crawling around. I checked again. Still nothing. No wires, no speakers, no objects tucked away. Just empty air. I left the vent cover off. That night, I told myself I had fixed the problem, that maybe a loose piece of metal had shifted and created some freak acoustic echo, or maybe a neighbor had their TV on too loud, something rational, something boring. But around the same time, just after 2, I heard it again, from the same place. It said my name, not yelled, whispered, and then it added a new line. You shouldn't have looked. That was when I sat up, full body alert. I felt every nerve switch on at once. I wasn't just scared. I was alert in a way I hadn't been since the night my car was broken into years ago, and I had to chase someone off with nothing but a flashlight and adrenaline. I grabbed my phone, opened the recorder app, hit the red circle. I sat there, phone aimed at the vent, not saying a word. But it didn't repeat, not that time. I waited for 10 minutes, then 20. Nothing. When I played the recording back, it was just room tone, my own breathing, one creak near the end, no voice, no whisper. I didn't sleep again that night either. I stayed up watching the vent, the closet door, the hallway. In the morning, I showered with the bathroom door open. That was a first. I kept thinking over and over, what does that even mean? You shouldn't have looked. Looked at what? The vent? Inside it? The space around it? I put the cover back on around noon, just to feel like I had taken some control back. I considered calling a heating specialist, or maybe a building inspector, someone who could check the ductwork. Maybe even a paranormal investigator, if I was really stretching it, but I didn't call anyone. Because part of me, and this is what I hate admitting, part of me, didn't want to know what they'd find. I didn't tell anyone yet. I didn't want to be that person, the one who hears voices in vents and assumes ghosts or stalkers, but I couldn't deny how specific it had been. My name, the warning, the timing. Whatever it was, it knew me. It was watching. And worse, it didn't want to be found. I spent most of that day pretending I wasn't thinking about it. That helped a little. I went grocery shopping. I reorganized the spice rack. I swept under the couch, which I hadn't done in way too long. Anything to keep my brain occupied with things I could control. And for a few hours, I convinced myself that maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was something between sleep and waking, a false memory. I didn't believe that deep down, but I needed to at least try acting like I did. I made a point not to look at the vent. It sounds stupid saying that out loud. It's just a piece of metal on a wall, but I avoided it the way you avoid eye contact with someone in a room you do not trust. That little square had become a presence, not an object, and I knew the second I gave it attention again, I would lose any illusion of peace. Around 6 in the evening, I caved and checked the hallway camera. I had an old security system set up years ago when break-ins were on the rise in the area. Nothing fancy, just 2 indoor cams facing the hallway and living room. The hallway one caught a partial view of the vent outside the bedroom, and I figured maybe I would see something, a flicker, a shift in shadow, something I had missed. The playback showed nothing. Just me walking back and forth, brushing my teeth, turning off the lights, getting into bed, the usual pacing I do when I can't sleep. No sound, no figure, no movement in the duct. Nothing even close to strange. I watched it 3 times anyway. It was around midnight when I finally went to bed. I didn't turn the fan on this time. I wanted to hear everything. I laid there with the lamp still on and stared up at the ceiling. At one point, I realized I had barely blinked in 20 minutes. I stayed that way until a little after 2. That was when I heard it again. Soft, slow, familiar. My name. Just once this time. No added sentence, no chant, just that one whisper rising up from the vent like someone breathing it through the walls. And then silence. Not even the usual creaks or distant car noise from outside, just a stillness that felt like the house had been paused. I didn't move. I kept my body perfectly still, but my eyes were wide open, locked on the vent like it might peel open and show me what was on the other side. The whisper didn't come back. After about 10 minutes, I sat up. The lamp was still on. The room was exactly as I had left it, nothing out of place. Except something was different. I smelled something. It was faint, not unpleasant, but strange, like old wood, damp paper, something earthy but too clean. I stood up slowly and walked toward the vent. No sound, no whisper, just the smell. It didn't seem to be coming from the duct itself, more like it was leaking into the room, maybe from behind the walls, maybe from the crawl space below the house. I checked the thermostat. The heat hadn't kicked on in hours. I pressed my hand to the wall beneath the vent. It felt warm. That was enough for one night. I backed away, turned off the lamp, and went to sleep on the couch. The next morning, I barely touched my coffee. I sat at the kitchen table, staring at my phone, debating whether I should make a report. Not with the police, not yet, but maybe a contractor. Someone who could come out and inspect the ducts properly But what would I even say? That I heard whispers in my vents, and now the walls smell weird. I opened a note on my phone and typed it all out anyway, just in case. A record for myself. That day was quiet again. No new sounds, no more smells. But I kept noticing small things around the house that didn't look the way I remembered. A picture frame slightly off-center, a light bulb that had been screwed in tighter than I'd left it, a spoon in the drying rack I hadn't used in weeks. Individually, they were easy to dismiss, but stacked together, they felt like a pattern, a subtle one, something or someone adjusting my surroundings, but not in ways that made sense, not theft, not vandalism, just shifting. That night, I shut the bedroom door. I locked it, even though I knew that was useless if something was already inside the vents, but it gave me a sense of separation, a buffer. Like maybe the whisper wouldn't reach me if the door was closed. It did anyway. Around the same time as before, just after 2. This time it was louder. Still not loud exactly, but more distinct, like it was pushing more air through the duct to reach me. It said my name again, then paused, then said, "You're changing the pattern." I did not sleep after that. I didn't even get off the bed. I just sat with my back against the headboard and waited for daylight. In the morning, I opened the vent again. Nothing had changed. Same emptiness, same dust, no wires, no markings. But now I had something else to think about. The voice knew I had changed something, and it was watching my reactions, not just observing, studying. It was reacting to me, responding, which meant whatever this was, it wasn't random. It had rules, and I had just broken one. By that third night, I had stopped pretending it was my imagination. That part of my brain, the one that likes rational explanations, the one that says everything has a cause and a solution, had started going quiet. Not gone completely, but shrinking, because whatever this was, it was persistent and personal, and worse than that, it was escalating. I started noticing the voice wasn't just whispering, it was adjusting, reacting, almost like it was gauging what I paid attention to and leaning into it, like it wanted to be heard, but only on its own terms. And when I stepped too far out of line, like checking the vent or locking the door, it responded, not with violence, not yet, but with new rules. That next day, I kept the bedroom door open. I didn't look at the vent directly. I moved through the house the way I usually would, brushed my teeth, made eggs, answered a few emails. Tried to act like I wasn't thinking about it, even though every time I passed beneath the duct, I felt it, that pressure, that subtle pull of attention, like being watched in reverse. I decided to sleep on the couch again that night, not because it felt safer, but because I couldn't take another night of sitting upright in bed, staring at the ceiling. The couch at least made me feel like I was choosing something, not just reacting. Around 1 in the morning, I heard the first noise. It wasn't the whisper this time. It was softer, a low scraping sound, like something brushing against metal. It came from the vent above the TV, the one in the living room wall. I stared at it for a long time without moving. I didn't even blink. The sound came again, not a voice, not words, just the suggestion of movement. I waited. Then faintly, I heard it from the bedroom vent. It repeated my name again. But this time, the whisper wasn't just soft, it was uncertain. Like a question. That was the first time I felt something close to pity. I know how strange that sounds, but in that moment, the whisper didn't feel malevolent. It felt lonely, curious. Like it had been trying to reach someone for a long time, and now that it had, it didn't know what to do next. I stood up slowly and walked down the hallway toward the bedroom. I didn't go inside. I just stood in the doorway and looked at the ceiling. The vent didn't move, nothing changed. But I could feel something shift in the air, like it had noticed I was standing there, like it was waiting. So I said something, just a single word. Why? I don't know what I expected, probably nothing, but I felt the word leave me like a stone dropped into still water. Something about finally speaking back made the whole house feel different. And then I heard it. Not the same whisper, not the same voice. Something deeper, from the floorboards maybe, or behind the drywall. It said very clearly, "Because you are still here." I backed away from the doorway slowly. I didn't run. I didn't slam any doors. I just returned to the couch and sat down, heart pounding so hard it made my hands shake. I stayed there the rest of the night. In the morning, I did something I had been putting off. I pulled out the crawlspace hatch under the stairs. It was small. I had only ever opened it once before, when I first moved in, just to check the insulation. It smelled like dust and fiberglass and old wood. I grabbed a flashlight and scanned the space. At first, it was just what I expected, darkness, low beams, and insulation. But then I saw something that didn't belong. Near the back corner, just past where the ductwork curved through the joists, there was a small stack of objects, paper, cardboard, a cup. I crawled toward it slowly. The cup was mine, one of the plastic tumblers I had lost last year. I had written it off as thrown away by accident, but there it was, clean, upright, full of dust. Underneath it, there were 3 folded pieces of paper. I opened the first one and saw my handwriting. A grocery list from months ago. Bananas, dish soap, rice, batteries. The second one was a takeout receipt. The third was blank. All 3 had been carefully placed beneath the cup, like someone had been collecting scraps of my life, useless things, but personal. Not stolen, curated. I crawled out fast, heart in my throat, and slammed the hatch shut. I wanted to throw the papers away, burn them even, but I didn't. Instead, I left them on the kitchen table. That night, I stayed up again. I didn't try to record anything. I didn't check the vents. I didn't speak. I just waited. And sure enough, around 2 in the morning, the voice returned. This time, it was closer. But it didn't say my name. It said, "You found our place." Then a long pause. And then, "Do you see now?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. Because I did not know what it wanted me to see. The objects, the message, the pattern. Or something worse. Something I hadn't noticed yet. After that last whisper, I didn't speak aloud in the house again for 2 full days. Not even to myself. I don't know why. It wasn't a plan. It just sort of happened. I would catch myself about to mutter something under my breath, then stop, like the idea of my voice bouncing off the walls felt dangerous. Like if I said anything, I might invite more of it. I was starting to feel like a guest in my own home, walking slowly, stepping lightly, listening more than I moved. The crawlspace hatch stayed shut, but I kept glancing at it. Same with the vent in the bedroom. I had started avoiding that part of the house entirely. I'd sleep on the couch, keep the hallway lights on, and only go into the bedroom during the day to grab clothes or charge my phone. It's strange how fast you can get used to shrinking your life into a smaller space. The living room and kitchen became my safe zone. Everything else, off limits. I did try calling someone eventually. Kayla, an old friend from college. We hadn't talked much lately, but I knew she'd listen. She always had. I didn't give her the full story. I just said I was dealing with some weird noises in the house, and it was making me nervous. She offered to come over. I said no. She offered again. I said I wasn't really up for company, and that was true. I didn't want to explain it to anyone in person. Not because I thought they wouldn't believe me, but because saying it out loud might make it more real. Instead, I asked her if she thought it was possible for someone to live inside a house without being seen, like actually live in the walls or the attic. She went quiet for a second and then said, "Yeah, there've been stories like that. Why? Are you hearing things?" I told her it was probably just the duct work. She didn't believe me, but she let it go. Later that night, I was brushing my teeth and trying to ignore the fact that the hallway light had flickered twice in the last 10 minutes. Just a slight dimming, like a power sag, then bright again. It wasn't enough to set off the alarm, but it was enough to feel intentional. I spit into the sink and looked up, and that's when I saw the steam on the mirror. I hadn't showered, but the glass was fogged near the top, like someone had breathed on it. And right in the middle, drawn lightly with a fingertip, were 5 vertical lines. No curves, no message, just 5 lines, uneven, like tally marks. I backed out of the bathroom slowly and shut the door without touching the handle. My stomach dropped in a way that was different from before. Not fear, something worse, like shame, like I had done something wrong without knowing it, and now the house was disappointed. I didn't sleep. The whisper didn't come that night, and maybe that was the scariest part. The silence. The next morning, I checked the bathroom again. The steam was gone. The mirror was clean. No marks. I ran my finger over it to check for residue. Nothing. I walked to the crawlspace hatch and crouched in front of it for a long time, just listening. No sound. No movement. But the sense of being watched had shifted again. It wasn't just from the vents anymore. It felt broader, wider, like the house itself was now involved. I started writing things down, not for anyone else, just for me. Dates, times, what I heard, what I saw. I logged everything, even the small stuff, where I left objects. Whether they had moved, how I felt when I woke up. By the end of the week, I had filled 3 full pages. Most of it looked unremarkable, but in the middle of the 3rd page, something stood out. Every time I had heard the whisper, it had happened at roughly the same time, between 2 and 2:15 in the morning. And each time, I had done something unusual the day before. The first time, I stayed up later than normal. The second time, I opened the vent. The third, I spoke aloud. The fourth, I found the items in the crawl space. Every time I changed my behavior, it responded. That night, I did nothing. No speaking, no searching, no staring at the vent. I watched an old movie with the volume turned low, ate dinner on the couch, left the bedroom door shut, no questions, no movement. And for the first time in days, I fell asleep. I woke up to complete darkness. The power was out. No lights, no fan. The clock on the microwave was blank. I sat up slowly, ears wide open. No whisper, no footsteps. But the house felt full. I don't know how else to describe it, like someone had taken all the silence and packed it into every corner, like the air was thicker, more awake. I reached for my phone. It was dead. I always charged it at night. I walked to the breaker box and opened it. All the switches were still on, but nothing was working. I stood there, trying to figure out what to do next, when I heard something from the kitchen. Not a whisper. A click. Then another. It was the sound of my stove turning on, one burner at a time. I walked back slowly, heart pounding, and looked into the kitchen. All 4 burners were glowing red, and in the center of the table was the cup from the crawl space. Clean, upright, empty. Next to it, a small piece of paper. I approached it carefully, almost like I expected it to vanish if I moved too fast. The paper had just 4 words written in pencil. We kept it safe. No signature. No explanation. I turned off the burners one by one, sat down at the table, and stared at the cup. And that was when I finally asked myself the real question. What exactly did they mean by we? I didn't touch the cup after that. I just left it sitting there on the table with the note beside it. I couldn't tell if it was supposed to be a gift or a warning. There was nothing threatening about it on the surface. No mess, no smell, nothing out of place. Just the burner clicks and the paper and that same old plastic cup. But the fact that it came from the crawl space and now it had been moved again, arranged like some kind of offering, made me feel like I had crossed into territory I didn't understand. The phrase kept running through my head. We kept it safe. Safe from what? Or who? Me? Someone else? And who exactly was we? That was the first time I started thinking about the possibility that there might be more than one of them. Until that point, I had always assumed it was a single presence, a voice. One thing whispering through the vents, but the wording made it feel like a group, a collective, something that watched and responded as a unit. I walked through the house slowly after that, like I was trying to figure out where I had gone wrong. Nothing else had changed. The fridge was normal. Lights still out, though. I gave up trying to reset the power. I even checked the neighbors, but their lights were on just fine. Mine was the only house dark. I charged my phone off a backup battery pack and debated texting Kayla again. I opened a message window, stared at the blinking cursor, then closed it. I didn't want to pull someone else into it. Not yet. Not when I didn't even understand it myself. That night, I left the cup and the note exactly where they were. I lit candles instead of using a flashlight. Not for atmosphere, just to avoid the harshness of the beam bouncing around the dark corners. The house felt calmer that way, like it was less likely to notice me if I kept my movements soft. Sometime after 2, I heard footsteps. Not whispers, not scraping, actual footsteps. Soft, bare, moving across the floorboards in the hallway. I was on the couch again. I held my breath and listened, counting each step. They were slow, careful, and they stopped just outside the living room, right by the threshold. I couldn't see anyone. There was no shadow, no movement, just the sound. Then nothing. I didn't move until the candle flickered out. The next morning the cup was gone. So was the note. I looked everywhere, under the table, behind the trash bin, in the crawl space again. Nothing. In its place, there was a new object on the kitchen counter, a small glass marble, pale blue, scuffed along one side like it had been dropped on concrete. I had never owned marbles. I hadn't even seen one in years. I picked it up and held it in my hand for a long time, waiting for some kind of recognition. But nothing came. It was just a marble, cold, weightless, ordinary. That's when I realized what was happening. It was not just about watching me. It was a conversation. Objects were their language. Not direct communication, not questions and answers, but pieces, memories, left like breadcrumbs, a mug, a receipt, a marble, each one pulled from a timeline I couldn't see, each one chosen for a reason. But I had no idea what I was supposed to do with them. I left the marble on the table and tried to go about my day. I worked from home, but it was becoming harder to focus. I would answer emails, then drift into staring at the wall. I'd type a sentence, then stop halfway and listen for movement. The house didn't feel haunted exactly. It felt occupied, like I was sharing it with something that had lived here longer than me and had only recently decided to make itself known. And it was waiting for me to do something in return. That night, I took the marble and walked through each room in the house, just holding it in my palm. I whispered, not loud, not direct, just enough to let it hear me. I said things like, "I don't understand," and "What do you want?" and "Are you here with me right now?" There were no answers, no whisper, no sound. But the air shifted again. That stillness I had come to recognize, the one that made the hair on my arms rise, returned. It filled the hallway like a cold breath, not heavy, not aggressive, just present. I slept in my bed that night for the first time in almost a week. It felt wrong at first, too open, too exposed. But nothing happened. I woke up late, groggy, and found another object on the dresser. This time it was something of mine. A photo. Me as a kid, maybe 10 years old, holding a green plastic toy, smiling. Definitely one of the old prints I kept in a box in the storage closet, but I had never left that box open. And the toy, I hadn't seen that thing in decades. I didn't even remember taking the photo. But there it was, placed perfectly at an angle. Me, frozen in a moment I had forgotten. Taped to the bottom was another note. Only one line. "You used to listen better." That one hit me harder than the others. Because it wasn't just creepy, it was familiar, like a parent scolding a child, like someone who thought I had broken a rule, or grown distant, or lost the ability to hear something important. I sat on the bed for a long time, holding the photo, trying to trace the line backward. I couldn't figure out if the message was about this house or something from before. But something about it made me feel like whatever was here had known me longer than I thought. Longer than I had lived in this house. Maybe even longer than I had been aware of it. That night I left the photo out on the table next to the marble. And I waited. No footsteps, no whisper, no scraping through vents. The photo and the marble stayed where I left them. Nothing was added, moved, or taken away. For the first time in weeks, the house felt still in the way I remembered. Not empty, not safe exactly, but still. Like the tension had been dialed down a few notches, like I was being given space. A pause. I took it. I walked through every room in the house with a notebook in hand. I wrote down what I saw, not just objects, but details I had never noticed before. A nick in the baseboard by the hallway. A pencil mark behind the bedroom door. A shape in the wood grain on the closet wall that looked almost like a face if I stared long enough. I didn't call anyone. I didn't leave the house. I didn't look for more signs. I just tried to see things exactly as they were. Like maybe I had missed something simple, something human. Because even with everything that had happened, the voice, the messages, the strange objects, the worst thing I could imagine now was misunderstanding the purpose behind it all. The following morning I found the last object. It was in the vent. Not inside, but tucked behind the edge of the cover. I only saw it because the light caught a reflection just right, a sliver of shine at the edge of the metal. I climbed up with the same chair I had used weeks earlier and gently removed the cover again. It was a key. Old, brass, no label, small, like for a jewelry box or a desk drawer. I sat with it for a long time, rolling it between my fingers, trying to remember if I had seen a lock that would match it. I checked every drawer, every door, even the old filing cabinet in the closet that I hadn't touched since I moved in. Nothing. Finally, I went back to the crawl space. I hadn't opened it since I found the cup and papers. It had always felt like something was waiting behind it, but now it felt different. Not inviting, but finished. Like the answer was in there, and always had been. I pulled the hatch open slowly and crawled inside with the key and a flashlight. At the far end, near the ductwork, something had changed. There was a small wooden box, half buried under insulation. Not a hidden compartment or anything cinematic, just a simple, hand-sized box. The kind that looks like it could hold jewelry or old letters. It had a tiny keyhole. I sat there on the cold floor, knees pressed against my chest, and slipped the key into the lock. It turned easily. Inside was a folded sheet of paper, a single Polaroid photo, and a locket. The photo was of me, taken recently. I was standing at the kitchen counter, back turned to the camera. The light from the window was just enough to make the edges blur. I hadn't posed for it. I hadn't taken it. It must have been captured through the back door's glass. The locket was closed, no name, no initials. When I opened it, I found a small square of blue cloth folded tightly inside. That was it, no photo, no inscription. Just that fabric, perfectly cut and worn at the edges like it had been handled many times. Then I opened the paper. It wasn't typed. It was handwritten in faint, careful lines. It said, "We tried to teach you the way, the quiet way, the remembering way. This house holds more than echoes. It holds us, and now it holds you. We kept your pieces. We watched you forget. But you began to hear again. That is enough." I read it twice, then again. I wanted to be scared, but I wasn't. It felt like the final page of something I hadn't realized I was reading. I placed the locket and the photo back into the box, closed the lid, locked it again, and I left it in the crawl space. The power came back that afternoon. Not with a surge or a flicker, just back, lights on, clock blinking, fridge humming again, like nothing had ever gone out. I cleaned the kitchen. I ate something normal for the first time in a while. I even opened the windows. The air felt different, lighter. Like whatever had been inside the walls, inside the vents, had stepped back. Or moved on. I don't hear the voice anymore. I haven't for weeks. Sometimes, late at night, I'll sit in the living room and listen anyway, just in case. But the silence feels deeper now. Not empty, just finished. I never told anyone the full story. I still might not. I don't think it would land the way I mean it. Because what happened wasn't about terror or danger or proof. It was about presence. Observation, maybe even a kind of care, in its own quiet, unsettling way. The objects are gone now. The marble, the photo, even the scratches on the mirror have faded. All that remains is the house. And me. But something has changed in how I move through it. I notice more. I speak less. I listen. Sometimes I find myself walking slower past the vents, not because I am scared, but because I feel like they remember. Like they are still part of something old, still waiting, not for me, necessarily, but for someone who will hear. I leave the crawl space closed. I don't need to open it again. I think I found what I was supposed to find, and I think they know that too. I hike alone a lot. I know how that sounds, and I get the usual warnings from people: don't go too deep into the back country, keep your phone on, share your location, bring bear spray, all of that. And I do. I take it seriously. I'm not out here trying to be some story people whisper about later. I just like the quiet, being out where everything is still and slow and doesn't ask anything from you. No screens, no emails, just air and trees and time to think. This happened in Oregon, not far from a trailhead I've used before. It's about an hour-and-a-half drive from where I live. A decent loop, maybe 12 miles total if you stretch it out by exploring some of the offshoots. I'd gone there a couple of times over the summer and figured it would be a good spot to hit before the weather turned bad. It was a weekday. I took time off work to go, which is part of what made it feel good. Everyone else was probably stuck at their desks, while I had the whole forest to myself. It was a little chilly. But the sky was clear, and I had packed layers. I parked around 10 in the morning, texted my friend that I'd be out of service for a bit, and started in. The first few miles were completely uneventful. There was still dew on the ground and a few birds making noise in the canopy, but nothing unusual. I passed a couple small trail markers and one faded wooden sign I had seen before that looked like it hadn't been replaced in decades. I had service for the first mile or two, then it dropped off like usual. By the time I was about 6 miles in, I was starting to think about heading back. I was near this little fork where one path slopes uphill into a more densely wooded section, and the other curves down and eventually loops back to the base. I usually take the uphill one because it's quieter and less trafficked, but something made me pause. Not a sound or anything, just a weird sort of stillness, like the air around me had gone flat. And then I saw her. Off to the left side of the trail, maybe 10 or 15 feet into the brush, there was a woman sitting on the ground. She was barefoot, wearing what looked like a loose t-shirt and dark pants. Her head was down, and her hair was hanging in front of her face. At first, I thought maybe she had fallen or gotten lost. She wasn't making any noise, but her shoulders were shaking slightly like she was crying. I froze. I didn't know what to say at first. It was just such a strange thing to see that far out. I stepped a little closer and said, "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" She didn't look up, didn't speak, just sat there, shoulders moving in these slow, steady jerks like she was sobbing, but there was no sound. I tried again. "Are you hurt? I can call someone well once I get a signal." Still nothing, no reaction. I glanced back down the trail, thinking maybe she was with someone. Maybe a friend had gone to get help, or maybe she had wandered away from a campsite, but there was no one else around. No sound of footsteps, no backpacks, no gear, nothing. I looked back at her and noticed something that hadn't clicked before. Her feet. They were bare, yeah, but they weren't dirty. I don't know why that stood out to me. They should have been caked with mud or leaves, or at least looked scratched up, but they were clean, like she had just taken her shoes off a minute ago. Something about that gave me pause, that and the way she wasn't reacting at all, not to me, not to anything. I told her I was going to try and get a signal, and stepped off the trail in the opposite direction to see if climbing the ridge a little would help. I only got a few steps in before I stopped cold. There was a man crouched behind a fallen log about 20 feet away. He was wearing dark clothes, gloves, a cap pulled low. He wasn't moving, not blinking, not adjusting, just completely still like he had been there a long time. And he was looking at me. I didn't say anything. I didn't move. I just stared back, waiting for something to shift, for him to stand up, for him to shout, for him to do anything, but he didn't. He just stayed crouched, half hidden behind the log, watching. The woman still hadn't moved. That was the moment I felt it, this heavy, pressurized understanding in my chest, that I was not supposed to be here, that this was not what it looked like, that the crying woman was not in trouble. She was bait. I don't remember turning. I don't remember backing away. I just know I ran, full-on sprinted. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if he was following. I didn't want to see what else might be in those woods. I didn't stop until I hit the main part of the loop, and even then, I barely slowed down. I kept running until I could see the parking lot through the trees. My legs felt like rubber, and my lungs were burning, but I didn't stop. There were no other cars, just mine. I jumped in, locked the doors, and peeled out of there so fast I almost drove off the shoulder. I didn't stop until I hit a gas station about 30 minutes away, where I finally had enough signal to call the local authorities. I told them everything, where it was, what I saw, what direction I had been heading. The operator said they'd send someone out. I gave them my contact info and waited for them to call back. When they did, a couple hours later, the deputy on the line told me they hadn't found anyone. No woman, no man, no tracks, no signs, no evidence that anyone had been off trail at all. They said it was probably a misunderstanding. Maybe I saw a hiker and panicked. Maybe it was a couple and I spooked them. But I know what I saw. And that night, someone tried my front door handle. 4 times. At first, I thought it was just the wind. You know how old buildings are. My front door sometimes creaks or clicks when it's cold, especially if there's a draft under it. But this wasn't that. It wasn't random. It wasn't one soft sound. It was 4 deliberate turns, 4 distinct metallic clinks as someone tried the handle. I was already in bed. It was a little after midnight. I had been lying there for a while, staring at the ceiling, too wired to sleep. The whole hike had left me feeling off. Not scared exactly, not until that moment, but unsettled in a way I couldn't shake. Like I had walked into something I wasn't meant to see, and somehow brought a piece of it back with me. When I heard the sound, I sat up immediately, just froze, didn't breathe. My bedroom faces the back of the house, but I could picture the layout in my head perfectly. The front door is right off the main hallway, just 2 rooms away. I waited, heart pounding hard in that dry, empty way, and counted the clicks again. 1. Pause. 2. Slightly longer pause. 3, 4. Each one slower than the last. Like whoever was out there didn't want to open the door all at once, like they were testing it, trying to feel how far the latch would go, if it was locked, if it was going to give. I got up as quietly as I could and crept to the hallway. The light from the street lamp outside slanted in through the curtain just enough to see shapes, the outline of my coat on the hook, the curve of the table by the wall, the frame of the door. Nothing moved. I don't own a gun, never really saw the point. I had pepper spray somewhere, but I couldn't remember where I'd put it. I ended up grabbing this heavy ceramic lamp from the side table. Dumb, I know. Like I was going to fight someone off with a lamp, but it made me feel less helpless. I waited there for a long time, probably 10 or 15 minutes. Didn't move, didn't hear anything else. Just the sound of my own breathing and the blood in my ears. I called the sheriff's department again. I gave them my case number from the day before and told them what happened during the night. The woman on the phone sounded polite but tired. She said someone would swing by to make a report. I waited all day, but no one came. By the time it got dark again, I had barricaded the door with a chair and a piece of plywood from the shed. I put it up against the inside and wedged it behind the table. Was it excessive? Yeah, maybe. But I couldn't shake what I had seen in the woods. The stillness of that woman, the crouching man with the gloves, the silence between them. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to walk over and peek through the peephole. No one. No cars, no footsteps fading down the street. Nothing. I checked the locks again. Top deadbolt still secure. Bottom knob untouched. The little chain across the frame still in place. But I couldn't shake the feeling that if I had left even one of those unlocked, I wouldn't be standing there. That I'd be gone. Or worse, not gone at all. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat on the couch with the lamp still in my lap and the hallway light on, staring at the door like it might come to life. The next morning, I checked the outside, walked around the porch, looked for footprints. There wasn't anything obvious, but the dirt under the steps looked a little off, like it had been shifted. No shoe prints, no boot treads, just a soft sort of indentation, like someone had stood there and rocked slightly back and forth. It wasn't natural. It wasn't just two people in the wrong place. I started trying to look things up, missing person reports, weird incidents in national forests, anything that might explain what I saw. I went through pages and pages of headlines, some recent, some from years ago. A few stories matched parts of it. People who went missing while hiking, strange disappearances, unidentifiable remains found deep in remote areas, but nothing exact. Nothing with that specific combination of bait and ambush. But there were enough of them that it started to feel like a pattern. Most of the people who vanished were solo hikers. Most were reported missing days later, when no one had heard from them. Some were never found. Some were recovered far from where they were last seen. A few left behind strange notes or voicemails. Most had no warning at all. I started wondering if anyone else had seen what I had. If anyone had ever reported a woman sitting barefoot off the trail, crying without making a sound. If anyone else had turned away and seen the man waiting behind the log. What if they hadn't run? That question stayed with me. What if they stepped closer? What if they tried to help? What if I had? I called the sheriff's department again the next day. This time I got a different person. I asked for an update. The guy didn't sound like he knew what I was talking about. I gave him my name, my address, the trail I was on, the report number. He put me on hold for a long time, then came back and said it must still be under review. He didn't have any new info. Said if there were no signs of criminal activity, they might just close it out. I asked him if anyone else had reported anything from that area. He said no. I asked if they ever patrolled that trail or sent drones out there. He paused for a second, then said not, unless there was an active emergency or a call for help. That forest covered a lot of ground, not enough staff to monitor every stretch. So I thanked him and hung up. I stared at the front door for a long time after that, wondering if the man had followed me back, wondering if I had somehow led him here, or if maybe he already knew where I lived before I ever set foot on that trail. Because the part that keeps me up at night isn't just what I saw. It's the feeling I had when I looked at her. The woman didn't look surprised to see me. She looked like she had been waiting. I kept trying to move on like it hadn't happened. That's what you do, right? You tell yourself it was weird, but not dangerous. You tell yourself maybe it was some strange misunderstanding. Some local couple messing around, or someone filming a prank video, or testing some experimental art thing out in the woods. Anything that makes it smaller, less serious. But I didn't believe that. I couldn't. It wasn't just the silence, or the way they were positioned, or the gloves. It was everything together. The timing, the distance from the trail. The way she didn't look at me, not even once. The way the man didn't flinch when I saw him. Like he didn't care. Like he expected to be seen eventually, and had already decided how it would go. I tried not to think about what might have happened if I had taken another step toward her, or if I hadn't noticed him behind the log. That part still sits in my chest like a weight I can't shift. I didn't go outside for a few days after the door handle thing. I worked from home, turned down invitations, barely even went near the windows after dark. I told myself I was being smart, careful, that it was just temporary, but deep down I knew it was fear. Not the kind that fades after a bad dream, the kind that crawls into your routines and starts shaping your decisions without asking. A week passed, no more knocks, no more handle rattles, no more strange cars parked out front. For a while, I convinced myself maybe it really was over, that maybe I had panicked and whoever was out there had moved on, that it had nothing to do with the woman, or the man, or the trail. Then I got the call. It was from a blocked number. I usually don't answer those, but something about the timing made me pick up. There was a pause at first, just silence on the other end. I almost hung up. But then a voice came through, a man's voice, calm, flat. He said, "You shouldn't have run." That's all. I didn't recognize the voice. It wasn't threatening exactly. There was no shouting, no rage, just that awful calmness. The kind that means they don't need to scare you, because they already know you're scared. I didn't say anything. I just ended the call and sat there staring at the screen like it might explain something. My hands were shaking, but it took a while to realize it. I went into the call log and took a screenshot, even though there was no number listed, just unknown. I reported it, obviously, called the police again, gave them the whole thing, the woods, the people, the door handle, now the call. They told me to file an official report in person. I did. They asked if I had any video evidence, any threats, anything I could actually hand over. I told them no, just the feeling that someone was watching me, just the voice. They took down the information, gave me a case number, and said they'd follow up if anything else happened. That was the last I heard from them. I started changing my habits after that, swapped out my morning walk for a treadmill, took a different route to the grocery store, covered the peephole on my door, put tape over the webcam on my laptop. Stuff that maybe looks paranoid from the outside, but felt necessary in the moment. I also stopped hiking. That was the hardest part. The outdoors had always been my reset button, the thing I did when my brain got too loud, and now it felt like that space had been taken from me, tainted. Not because of the woods themselves, but because of what had been waiting in them, watching from the edge. One night, I couldn't sleep again. It was 2 a.m, and I was sitting at my kitchen table with a cup of cold tea and a news tab open on my laptop. I wasn't really reading, just scrolling, trying to feel connected to something that made sense. I don't even know why I did it, but I searched for reports again, not just missing hikers this time, but arrests, human trafficking, suspicious activity in remote areas. It felt like grasping at smoke, but I needed to find something, some piece that made the whole thing feel real in a way that people would believe. That's when I found a story. It was local, published 3 years ago. Brief, barely a few paragraphs long. A man had been arrested for attempting to abduct a woman from a state park in southern Oregon. She had been hiking alone and was approached by someone who claimed his friend needed help. When she followed him off the trail, another man had been waiting behind a tree. She saw him just in time, ran, and flagged down another hiker near the parking area. The police caught one of them later, but the second man disappeared. The article mentioned that there had been similar incidents in other areas but didn't elaborate. No names, no charges filed. Just a single arrest and a vague comment from a ranger about possible trafficking activity. That word trafficking hit me harder than I expected. Not because it surprised me, but because it didn't. It made too much sense. The gloves, the silence, the location, the bait. I tried finding more about the story, looked up court records, local blogs, forums, nothing else. It had all gone quiet after the arrest. Like someone had shut it down, or no one cared enough to follow up. I started thinking again about how clean her feet were, how she hadn't looked up, how still she was, like she wasn't acting scared, like she wasn't acting at all. Maybe she had done it before. Maybe that was her role. The scariest part isn't the idea that it was some random attack. The scariest part is the possibility that it wasn't random at all, that it was a system, a routine. Something organized and practiced and deliberate, that they weren't just hoping someone would show up. They were waiting for someone like me. Someone alone. Someone curious. Someone kind enough to stop. I don't know why they didn't follow through. I don't know why they let me go. Maybe because I saw him too early. Maybe because they realized I wasn't going to play along. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Maybe it wasn't about me at all. Maybe I was just a trial run. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the sound of the door handle turning. And I wonder if they're still out there, just waiting for the next person to stop and ask, "Are you okay?" It's strange what your brain starts doing when it doesn't feel safe in your own home. Every sound becomes a pattern. Every shadow feels deliberate. You stop trusting doors to stay shut and windows to stay locked, even when you've checked them twice, maybe especially then. After the call, the one with the man saying, "You shouldn't have run," I started sleeping with my phone recording. Not video, just audio. I'd set it on the nightstand and hit record before bed. I told myself I wasn't expecting anything, that I just needed proof in case something happened. But really, I think I wanted to know if something was happening when I was asleep. The first few nights were nothing but hours of silence, punctuated by the occasional toss of a blanket or a creak from the floor. But the fourth night, around 3 in the morning, there was a sound I couldn't explain. It was faint, barely louder than a whisper, but it was there. 3 slow knocks. Not on the front door, not on any wall. It sounded like they came from inside the house. I replayed it a dozen times, tried to isolate it, boosted the audio, ran it through some free filter software. Same result every time. 3 knocks, not aggressive, not urgent. Just testing, like they were checking to see if I would respond. I didn't. I packed a bag the next morning and stayed with an old coworker for the weekend. I didn't tell her much, just said there had been someone prowling around my place, and I didn't feel comfortable being alone. She didn't ask questions. We watched movies, made pancakes, played cards. It felt normal, safe, and for a little while, I almost convinced myself that the whole thing was in my head. But when I got home, I found something wedged between the front screen door and the main one. It was a scrap of paper, torn, like it had been ripped from a notebook, folded twice, nothing written on it, just blank. Except it wasn't. When I turned it in the light, I saw it had been pressed into with something sharp, a knife maybe, or a pen without ink. Just enough pressure to leave a shallow impression. It said, "We wait." Not signed, not dated, just that, 2 words. I put the paper in a Ziploc bag and stored it in the freezer, mostly because I didn't know what else to do with it. I didn't want it out in the open, but I didn't want to throw it away either. That felt too final, like I might need it later. I stopped calling the police. It was clear they weren't going to do anything unless I had video of someone standing on my porch with a crowbar. And even then, maybe not. I get it in a way. I don't have a face. I don't have a license plate. Just feelings and impressions and a story that sounds like a campfire tale. I started doing more research, late night scrolling through news articles and Reddit threads and amateur investigation blogs. I found more than I expected. Stories that didn't get picked up by the major outlets. Local forums where people talked about weird things happening in remote areas, missing hikers, abandoned campsites, equipment left behind like someone just walked away mid-meal. But there was one post that stuck with me. It was short. A user claiming they had gone camping near a river in central Oregon, woke up around 2 in the morning, and saw what they thought was a woman standing just outside their tent, barefoot, not speaking. Just standing there. They didn't unzip the tent, just waited, frozen, until she walked away. The comments were the usual mix of skepticism and jokes, but one reply caught my eye. Someone said they had seen something similar in a different park 3 years earlier. Same details, barefoot woman. No words, just watching. That's when it hit me. It wasn't random, it was repeated. Not the same people maybe, not the same woods, but the same setup, the same bait. I started keeping notes, dates, places, names when I could find them. I wasn't trying to solve anything. I'm not a detective. I just didn't want to feel powerless anymore. One night I mapped them out, pinned every story I could find that matched the pattern, even loosely. Oregon, Washington, Northern California, all along forest corridors. All within a few miles of lesser-known trails. Not the major tourist loops, the smaller ones, the ones where people go to be alone. It looked like a network. I don't know if that was real or just how my brain needed to see it, but it didn't feel random, and it didn't feel like something one person could do alone. And then something weird happened. Nothing. No calls, no knocks, no notes. Days passed, then a week, then another. My anxiety didn't go away, but it shifted. It went from dread to confusion, like waiting for a punch that never lands. It almost felt worse. I went back to the trailhead. I know how that sounds, and maybe it was reckless, but I had to see it again, not to confront anyone, not to go deep. Just to stand there at the edge, and see if the world still looked the same. I didn't hike in, just parked and stood near the sign, the one with the faded letters and the carved initials from 100 past visitors. The forest looked normal, beautiful even. The light filtered through the trees the same way it always had. Birds chirped. Wind moved gently through the branches. It didn't feel haunted. It felt empty. Too empty. There were no cars in the lot besides mine, no fresh footprints in the dirt, no wrappers, no signs that anyone had been through recently. Like they had moved on. Or like the trail had served its purpose. I got back in my car and locked the doors, sat there for a few minutes, staring into the tree line. I didn't see her. I didn't see him. But I didn't expect to. Because I'm starting to think it doesn't work that way. They don't come to you unless you don't know what's happening. That's the point. It's the not knowing that makes you vulnerable. And now that I know even just a little, I think that means I'm not the one they want anymore. Which is almost a relief. Almost. Except it also means they're looking for someone else. After that trip back to the trailhead, I didn't sleep well for a long time. I kept thinking I would feel better, that standing there again would give me some kind of closure, but it didn't. It just reminded me that the trail was still there, that nothing had changed except me. The forest hadn't closed. There weren't warning signs. No patrol cars parked nearby. It was still just another hiking route to most people. Still listed on all the travel blogs and outdoor forums like nothing had ever happened there. And maybe nothing did. Not officially. That part bothered me more than I thought it would. The way something can almost happen and then just vanish. Like it was designed not to leave a mark. No reports, no missing person flyers, no bodies. No noise, just enough to make you question it. It made me start noticing things in a different way. People mostly. Small things. Like the guy who lingered too long near a women's restroom at a rest stop. Or the couple who walked a little too far apart on a downtown sidewalk, the woman looking down while the man talked and never turned his head. I know I sound paranoid. I hear it even as I say it. But once you start seeing people as possible threats instead of background noise, it's hard to go back. I tried explaining it to a friend one night. Not everything, just a version of it. I said I had come across something strange while hiking, and it had shaken me up. She asked what I meant by strange. I gave her pieces, said I saw a woman crying off trail, and a man nearby who felt wrong, and that I left fast. I didn't mention the gloves, or the phone call, or the knocks. I just wanted to see if the bare bones of the story would make sense to someone else. She listened quietly, nodded, said it was probably just a squatter, or maybe someone having a mental health crisis in the woods. Happens more than people realize. She said I probably did the right thing by leaving, but that I shouldn't let one weird encounter ruin something I loved. I nodded too. Then I changed the subject. She meant well, but it was obvious she didn't really believe there was more to it, and maybe that's why this works. Because people don't expect others to lie in the dirt and wait behind logs with gloves on. Because we still give the benefit of the doubt when someone's crying alone. Because we assume in the best way that someone needs help and that we should offer it. And sometimes we're right. But sometimes we're not. I started locking everything at night in a kind of ritual, not just doors and windows. I would check under the bed, inside the closet, behind the shower curtain. I would look out the peephole for a full minute before I went to sleep, just standing there, listening. There were no more calls, no more knocks, no more notes. But I still didn't feel alone. I went back through my phone at one point and found the original photo I took of the trailhead sign back when I first arrived that day. I zoomed in on it, not really knowing why, just searching for something. Maybe a shape in the trees, a reflection in the glass of my car. But there was nothing, no figures, no clues. But I did notice something else. The timestamp. I remembered arriving at the trailhead just after 10 in the morning. I had checked the clock in my car. I remember thinking I had plenty of time before sundown, but the photo was marked 9:38. I checked the camera app settings, checked the system clock on my phone. Everything looked normal. So why was there a 30-minute gap? I know that doesn't sound like much. Phones glitch. GPS sync can lag. Maybe I bumped a setting at some point, but it still sat wrong with me. That 30-minute gap between what I remembered and what the phone recorded. What if I didn't leave right after I saw the man? What if I waited a little longer than I thought? What if I lost time? I don't remember anything like that. There's no blank space in my memory, no blackout. But it made me wonder if that whole experience had been longer than I realized. If maybe I had stood there longer than I thought, frozen, trying to decide whether to help her, whether to step off the trail. I'll never know. And I think that's the worst part. Not the fear, not the paranoia, the not knowing, the silence after something that should have echoed. Weeks passed, then months. I kept checking the local news. Every few days I'd scroll through the police blotter, the local arrest logs, the missing persons reports. I even signed up for alerts from a couple of trail safety apps, just in case something came up near that area. Nothing ever did. Not even close. The closest thing I ever found was a small notice on a community bulletin board from a nearby town. It said a local volunteer group was looking for people to help clean up neglected trails and offshoot paths in the area. It was phrased like a call to service. Help us restore our forests, reconnect with nature. One of the trails listed was mine. It felt like a joke, or a dare, or maybe just a coincidence. But I took a screenshot anyway and saved it to the same folder where I kept the audio files, the blank paper, the screenshot of the blocked call. It's a strange little folder, tucked between work documents and grocery lists and receipts, but it's there, just in case. I haven't hiked since. I want to. I really do. Sometimes I even lace up my boots and sit on the edge of the bed, just staring at the floor. But I can't quite make myself go. Because I know how easy it is to walk just a few feet off the trail. And I know how quickly something can go wrong. And I know now how people can disappear without a trace. Not because they weren't strong, not because they were careless, but because someone out there was waiting for them to care. Just enough to stop. Eventually, I knew I had to talk to someone. Not a friend, not family. Someone who wouldn't try to smooth it over or wave it away. I found a therapist a few towns over. I picked her because her website didn't feel like it was trying too hard to sell me anything. It just said she worked with trauma, anxiety, people who had experienced something unusual, and were having trouble putting it down. That last part got me. I didn't tell her the full story right away, just parts. I said I saw something in the woods that unsettled me, that I was having trouble feeling safe again, even though nothing had technically happened. I told her about the door handle, the phone call, the strange silences, but I left out the details about the man behind the log and the way the woman sat without blinking. She didn't laugh, she didn't even blink, just asked questions, measured ones. She asked how long I had felt like someone was watching me, if I had experienced anything like this before, if I had a history of panic, of sleep problems, of memory loss. I said no, because it was true. She asked if I thought I was in danger now, and I didn't know how to answer that. That was the hardest part, the thing I kept coming back to, not knowing, because nothing ever came from it. No follow-up, no knock at the door in the middle of the night, no second photo. No sign that I was still being watched, just a long, drawn-out silence. And yet, I still kept checking. Every night, I would go through the same routine, lock the doors, check the windows, turn off the lights, then sit in the dark and listen, not for anything in particular, just in case. She asked me once what the worst-case scenario was, the thing I believed deep down, even if I didn't say it out loud. And I told her that it wasn't random, that it wasn't just some deranged couple in the woods or a stalker with too much time on his hands, that it was organized, practiced, that the woman was part of it, that she had been doing it for a while, and that the man behind the log wasn't alone, that there were others, maybe not in the woods that day, but somewhere nearby, watching, learning, waiting for someone to take the bait. She didn't argue, just nodded once and wrote something down. A few weeks later, I started to sleep again. Not all night, not every night, but enough to feel my shoulders drop a little when I walked through the door. Enough to stop flinching at every creak in the floor. I even started walking again. Not hiking, not yet, but around the neighborhood, middle of the day, sun high, people out mowing lawns and kids biking on sidewalks. I told myself I would go a little farther each week, that I would start rebuilding the muscle of trust, not in people exactly, but in places, in sidewalks and porches and open windows that did not mean danger. And slowly, it started to work. I got back into some routines. I started reading again. I cooked real meals instead of frozen ones. I even made plans to travel for work, which I hadn't done since everything happened. Then one morning, months after it all started, I got an envelope in the mail. No return address, no name, just my address written in careful block letters. It wasn't a bill. It wasn't junk. It was thick, like it had something inside besides paper. I sat there holding it for a long time, just staring. Eventually, I opened it. Inside was a single photograph. Not of me, not of my house, not of the trail. It was a photo of another person. A man, middle-aged, standing on a rocky path near a tree line. His back was to the camera. He had a backpack on, one foot just off the edge of the trail. The kind of moment you catch right before someone disappears into the woods. On the back, someone had written a date. That date was 3 days ago. I checked the news, checked social media, checked local missing persons bulletins. Nothing came up. No alerts, no calls for help, no family members posting his face on Facebook. No signs of anyone looking for him yet. But I knew what this was. I took the envelope to the police. I sat in the small beige room with a detective who looked more tired than suspicious. I told him everything. From the trail to the woman, to the man behind the log, to the phone call, the door handle, the note, the photograph. He took notes, asked me to leave the photo and envelope. He said they would look into it. And maybe they will. Maybe they won't. But I realized, walking out of that building, that I had done the one thing I hadn't done since the beginning. I handed it off. I let it go. Not because I think I'm safe now, not because I think it's over, but because I know I was never supposed to fix it. I was just someone who walked too far down the wrong trail and saw something I wasn't meant to see. That happens sometimes. You stumble across something. You don't get answers. You don't get closure. You just get out. And that has to be enough. It is for me. Because I've stopped waiting for them to come back. I've stopped asking why the woman didn't move, or why the man had gloves, or how they found my address. Some things aren't meant to be solved. Some things aren't puzzles. They're warnings. And if you're lucky, you walk away before the question ever turns into a consequence. I was lucky. I ran, and I never went back.